Fort Lauderdale on the turf at a mile and an eighth in race number 10. Scratch the
Horses in the paddock for the opener here on a phenomenal Saturday at Gulfstream Park. 5 stakes, 4 of them graded a Pegasus World Cup preview kind of day. And we've got 2-year-olds in the paddock. Brian Natto, Ashley Mayu with you. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. We go 5 furlongs on the turf. Heavy favorite right now. Ashley, we'll take a look at your early pick 5, which is coming up already. Over 125,000 in the pool.
To kick it off, I use 3 runners in here. I do use the heavy favorite, the number 2, Bourbon Ready, but I also use the number 8, Mogaloo, and the 9, Jinx. I've been waiting to see at the races. Race 2, just 2 runners in there, the 2 and the 6, both kind of low on the morning line prices. You can see from there 2 in race 3 and race 4, but I wanted to spread in the first stakes race of the day, that being race number 5. I'll use 3 runners in the grade 3 Swanee River. To me, Shifty She looks tough in here, especially on the front end, but I thought the 11 Princess Causeway could maybe give her a run for her money, as well as the number 7 Alms. So a $36 play here in the early pick 5.
We'll talk about the heavy favorite in a second, but both of us, I know we like the 8 Mugaloo for Victor Barboza. Tried the Tapita on debut. A very, very good second. We've got speed here, an outside attack post, and experience as well.
I think the experience helps. And now the only thing I will say that kind of made me pause to think about using this horse on top is Victor Barboza's stat with maiden second timeout, just 2%, 1 for 42 with a low ROI there. But for me, I thought the debut was very strong, was part of that early pace scenario, impressed throughout, just surrendered late to finish second.
Mark Cassie's got a couple of firsters in here. The 10 does draw in. Take note of that, but we both like the 9 a little bit. Jinxed, an Irish bred by Caravaggio out of a Galileo mare. Tyre Gaffione rides 8th full out of the dam. Some of them were okay, not much though, but plenty of works here on display.
Yeah, the pedigree is not necessarily what stood out, but the works where I watched a couple of them on XBTV, especially those the most recent one on the turf, and I thought this colt really handled the grass nicely. Has been entered, I believe, twice here at Gulfstream Park, so waiting to see this one debut. Tyler Gaffleon in the irons does quite well with Mark Cassie, 15% here at Gulfstream.
So here's the hot firster, number 2, Bourbon Ready, Todd Pletcher, a white hot start to the meet. Luis Saez is here, West Point Thoroughbreds in the gang, $310,000 2-year-old in training. Got some nice pedigree. The works whisper ready as well, and the board certainly does too.
And the mare was a stakes winner, a 4-time winner from 17 starts in the career, just over $260,000 purse earnings, and it's a half to Fate of Ophelia, 2-time winner who actually was here for a little bit. It's Todd Pletcher, the firsters. They've done quite well here so far at the championship meet.
We'll bring in Acacia Courtney, who's in the paddock. Acacia, obviously, you're getting a good look at number 2, Bourbon Ready. What are you seeing?
Well, I had some concerns about this horse coming into here, Brian, given the fact that he did work 20 and 4 at the OBS 2-year-old sale. And one of the few that you will see at those kind of 2-year-old and training sales that did not breeze in blinkers. Seems like he was a little bit green getting out throughout that workout, going 20 and 4 at OBS March. Finished up pretty well, but a little bit kind of throwing his head up, some greenness. And his last 2 workouts up at Palm Beach Downs have been from the gate. That's a little bit of a red flag for me. And I saw in that last workout where he broke okay, was training in blinkers, does debut with shortcut blinkers on. It's not a debut in blinkers. He's smaller. He's well suited to turf sprint. He looks really, really fit. I'm just a little bit concerned about maybe some of the speed and perhaps focus that we may see on debut. Looking at a couple of others, though, I too really liked the number 9 Jinx by Caravaggio, sold for the U.S. equivalent of $102,000 at the Goff's Orby yearling sale in Ireland. A strong yearling sale there. The second dam was grade 1 winner ZZ Top. So there really is a big pedigree on the female side. He has some nice scope to him too. Down the road, this is a horse that probably could go a little bit longer, but he's a lovely physical, lovely conformation, and he looks like he could be pretty quick despite his size. To his outside, I wanted to mention the other Mark Cassie firster, Icing, just for $300,000 at the OBS April sale. The dam never won on turf, but 4 out of her 5 turf starts were in the money finishes. This one worked 10 flat at that 2-year-old sale, and he's a lovely mover, really extended beautifully over the synthetic at OBS. So he looks like one who could handle the turf, and maybe he's one that will tuck up a little bit after a race, but he has a lot of good substance to him. A really good looking son of Nyquist who does draw in and is also owned by DJ Stable, who owns Jinx. So perhaps intriguing that they opt to run this firster as well, getting in off the also eligible list. 4 to 5 right now on the Todd Pletcher first time starter, early pick 5, kicking off here on a tremendous day of racing at Gulfstream Park. Good luck, everyone.
The horses are leaving the walking ring and moving on to the track for this afternoon's first race, the first of 11 on a sunny Saturday in South Florida. Over the turf at 5 furlongs, the turf course is firm. These are maiden special weight runners and 2-year-olds doing battle here. Scratch number 3, Jack Backed. Jockey change on 4, Swift Dancer. Make the jockey Lionel Reyes. It's a field of 9 with Win Play Show, Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfected, Super High 5, Daily Double, Pick 3, and 50 cent early Pick 5 opportunity. The early Pick 5 in race 1 on a Saturday at Gulfstream, just 6 minutes away. Number 9, Jinxed, is the best turned out horse and groom award winner. Number 2, Bourbon Ready, taking all the play currently. 6 minutes. Three minutes to post time. 3 minutes to post. For those just tuning into the broadcast or arriving to the track today, the main track is fast. The all-weather is always fast. The turf course is firm. 11 races in total today. The Rainbow Six. It begins with race number 6 and $250,000 and a jackpot pool guarantee. 50 cent early Pick 5. It begins right here, right now, with race 1 on the turf. 2 minutes. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 1, first of 11 here today in South Florida, with an odds-on favorite in the corner of number 2, Bourbon Ready. Luis Saez riding for West Point Thoroughbreds and trainer Todd Pletcher. Into line goes Just Above, with Carnivore stepping into the gate next. 3-1 second choice action for 8 Mogaloo. That early pick 5 pool is going past $400,000. I'd like to thank you for your support in the early pick 5, and good luck here. Favorite has firmed, still 3-5, but the 8 drifted up a tick, so more money on the chalk now, Bourbon Ready. Batman colors of CM Thoroughbreds with Swift Dancer. It's a pickup ride for Lionel Reyes. Now Mogaloo getting ready. Victor Barboza Jr. has Misael Jaramillo riding. Street Time will be next. Then Jinxed and Icing. Both of the DJ horses draw wide gates here. Icing draws in. Just outside of Jinxed. Icing, Edwin Gonzalez to the outside. All set. Racing at Gulfstream. Good start for Mogaloo and Swift Dancer. They're the first 2 out. From Jet Wings is away in third, driving through at the rail and straight time into a joint fourth, with an outside running Jinxed, as off heels and shuffling back there went Jet Wings. Icing is now moving in from the top shelf. This big favorite, Bourbon Ready, he's last of the 9 at even money as they chase the speed of Swift Dancer. Swift Dancer and Lionel Reyes to the far turn on top. Mogaloo now moving into second from the outside. Jinx is third here on the far outside, and Icing is into fourth. Back to fifth goes Straight Time, then Carnivore. 3 back to Just Above, then Jet Wings. Bourbon Ready has just not picked up his feet. They're at the top of the stretch now. The favorite has been defeated, with the second choice Mogaloo now taking a narrow lead. Trying to fight with him is Swift Dancer second. Jinxed is third. 1/8 of a mile to go. Mogaloo clear. Jinxed on the outside, finishing up a touch. Jinxed is gaining. Mogaloo needs the wire. Here comes Jinxed on the outside. Mogaloo held sway to win it. Mogaloo under Jaramillo beats Jinxed to neck, then Swift Dancer and Icing in 57-1. Race 2, now 1 minute away. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Getting set to load them up for race number 2. Started the early pick 4. That early pick 4 pool is blasted past the $100,000 plateau. 4 to 5 favorite is number 2, Yukayo. Edwin Gonzalez riding for trainer Mark Cassie. 8 to 5 second choice is Luis Saez ridden only time. Mike Stidham does the training there for owner breeder David Soblik. Yukayo is ready now. So is Gurley the Butcher. Keen Kingdom taking her spot in line. Magic Surprise will be next. Then Mountain Bellatrix. 2 more waiting for Soul of an Angel. And from the outside, Record or Record. We'll go with Record being out of Platinum. Record to the outside gate. They're in the gate. And they're off. Excellent beginning for the favorite, Yukayo, who's headed off for the early advantage. Splitting horses in only time. Out wide on the course is Mountain Bellatrix, who angles over to be 3 wide. Record is on the far outside, then in between horses King Kingdom alongside Soul of an Angel with Gurley the Butcher at the rail. The early trailer is Magic Surprise. The early leader is the odds-on choice, Yukayo. She's got them stacked and packed behind her. She leads by 2 over Mountain Bellatrix second. Toward the inside only time is an early third, followed by Record on the outside fourth. Splitting horses to take fifth is Soul of an Angel. Down at the inside in Gurley the Butcher alongside King Kingdom. And still at the back is Magic Surprise. Down the backstretch they go. The quarter time was 23-3. That's not flying. It's not crawling either. It's Yukayo in front by a length and a quarter. Only time is second. 2 back to Mountain Bellatrix third. Record is now fourth, but she's dropped better than 5 lengths off the pace as they start to quicken up a touch. Then back to King Kingdom and Soul of an Angel. Gurley the Butcher is at the inside, and still at the back, the trailer remains Magic Surprise. 47 seconds for a strong half mile as they leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Yukayo has the lead, trying to get away from Only Time, who clings to her. Saya is hard at work, but Only Time is starting to gain a touch of ground on Yukayo. The 2 favorites are well clear of Mountain Bellatrix, then Soul of an Angel as they make their way to the top of the stretch. 3/4 complete, 111-4 with the advantage Yukayo, but Only Time continues to grind along on the outside, and Only Time is up within a neck of the lead with an eighth of a mile to go. Yukayo digging for everything she has. Only Time right alongside. These two continue to battle. Yukayo inside, Only Time outside. Yukayo is still game on the outside, and Only Time. Here's the wire. Photo finish. Can't call it, too much to go between them. It was Only Time outside, and inside was Yukayo. A photo finish in the second. Photo finish, very tight indeed. Yukayo was inside, Only Time was outside. Place and judges reviewing a photo. In the photo, it was 2, Yukayo, who held on to win it. Number 6, Only Time was second. Number 4, Soul of an Angel finished third. Number 5, King Kingdom was fourth. Number 7, Mountain Bellatrix finished fifth. Minute 43 and 10/100 seconds. The heads bobbing up and down. In the end, Yukayo wins at 3-5. The result of the second race is now official. The third race is next at 6 furlongs. Field of 5 go the distance 6 furlongs over the main track. These are non-winners of 3 runners in for a claiming price of $6,250. Scratch the 1 and 7. Win play show, exacta, quinetta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 possibility. Now returning to the winner's circle, the winner of the second race, number 2, Yukayo. Yukayo, a 2-year-old bay filly by Noble Bird out of Liberty Flag by King Mambo. She was bred in Florida by Janet Irwin and is owned by Quintessential 6 minutes now to race number 3. That's the 6 furlong sprint for horses which have not won 3. They're in for $6,250. Scratch the 1 and 7, a field of 5. Win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 possibility. Number 6, Large, is the best turned out horse and groom award winner here. Race favorite number 4, Doo-Wop Don. 5 minutes now to race 3. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Just 5 to go postward in the third. Race favorite is Doo-Wop Don. Large completes the line. All set. And they're off. Good start for Personal Meadow, who's headed off for the early lead. Doo-Wop Don ridden into position from the outside, no commission. Widest of all, it's Large. The early trailer is Young Flint. Down the backstretch they go with 5 furlongs remaining. Personal Meadow and Marcos Meneses on top by a length. Doo-Wop Don is second at 2-5. From the outside, no commission is now third. Large is a wide fourth. How Hernandez angles him over to the inside. The trailer is Young Flint. The leader is Personal Meadow, and the quarter was 22-2. Around the far turn they go at the 3 furlong point. Here comes Doo-Wop Don within a neck of Personal Meadow, who's ridden to keep the lead. No commission is third, 5 ahead of Large. He's really not picking up his feet much. Young Flint tries to motivate himself from the back of the 5-runner field. There's a quarter of a mile remaining. Doo-Wop Don has the lead off the top of the turn. Personal Meadow tries to fight back second. No commission is now third. Up to fourth, Young Flint as they pass the 3/16. Up front and gone. It's Doo-Wop Don. He's clear by 7, by 8, and still moving away. No commission tries to get Personal Meadow for second. Then it's Young Flint. But all aboard the chalk here. Doo-Wop Don. Doo-Wop Don sharp in victory. He won by 8. Second, no commission. Third, Personal Meadow. And fourth was Young Flint in 110 flat. Winner 4, Doo-Wop Don. Second, 5, no commission. Third, number 3, Personal Meadow. Finishing fourth was number 2, Young Flint, and number 6, Large, was last. Now returning to the winner's circle, the winner of the third race, number 4, Doo-Wop Don. Doo-Wop Don is a 3-year-old. Big gelding by Dialed In out of the Pleasant Tap mare Pleasant Ring. Bred in Florida by John Penn, owned by EAC Racing Stable, trained by Enrique Amato. The winning rider, Leonel Reyes. Easy win on the barn change today for Doo-Wop Don. He was heavily backed at 2-5. Next on the program is race number 4, today's fourth race, to be run at 6.5 furlongs, making claimers at a $25,000 level. It's a field of 8. Win, play, show, exacta, quinetta, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5, daily double, and pick 3 possibility. Quinella, $12. Exacta, $15.20. Trifecta, $9 and a nickel. Superfecta, 4532, $44.50, $4.45 for a dime. Daily double, $7.20. The pick three combination in that pick three is 824, good for $10 and a nickel. Post time for the fourth race, 6.5 furlongs, 126. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you joining us on track here at Gulfstream Park today, make sure you stop down to the breezeway area on the first floor of the facility. Sign up for our Players Reward program. Wager $50 when you're here with us today, and we'll give you a Christmas gift early. It's a nice cup for you. It's a thermal insulated variety cup. Take note of it. It's a giveaway going on the first floor of the facility here today at Gulfstream Park. Just sign up for the Players Reward program and wager $50. If you do that, the cup will be yours. It'll be yours free. If you don't want it, Christmas time comes along, you have something to give someone, a cup here with the Gulfstream Park insignia.
It is December 18th, another Pick 5 on a Saturday. A lot of stakes starting to kind of heat up at the championship meet. We're going to get started with an allowance race on the synthetic surface. There's 3 horses I thought you wanted to make sure you had in here, a couple of prices and a couple of short price horses. The 3 Kitten Street. So horses cutting back should be finishing going that 5.5, while some of the other horses could be getting tired. The horse obviously likes a synthetic surface, should be a big price. Also, the 6 Star Weaver. This is a horse that was claimed last time for $10,000 and switching to connections that are high percentage. I like when high percentage trainers pick up horses that have shown a little bit of ability. You can expect another step forward. And then the favorite is one I think you need to use, a 7, Allegedly Perfect. This is a horse that has speed, going 5.5. Always dangerous when you're looking at those 5.5 races. Horses can sometimes get brave out on the front end. The 7, Allegedly Perfect feels like one of those types of horses. On to some more stakes action. The second leg, I thought the 3, Frank's Roquette. This horse makes a lot of sense in here. Frank's Roquette, don't forget, was 5-1 last year, 2 years ago in the Breeders' Cup Sprint facing the boys. This horse has a lot of talent. Ran well 2 races back. Not crazy about the last race, but a horse in here, Center Isle's going to take a lot of money, and I don't like her last race either. Give me the horse with a little bit more experience. That's the 3, Frank's Roquette. I think you can build around Frank's Roquette depending on what your other opinions might be. On to the third leg, the Harland's Holiday. This is a race where I wanted to kind of lean on the 6, Fearless. Fearless is a horse I've always thought was really cool, but Fearless hasn't always thought it's the coolest thing to get out of the gate. Fearless is starting to kind of figure that out. If you look at his last 3 races, 2 of those races got out of the gate a little bit quicker. I think it's a good sign you're going to see Luis Saez here. I like the outside draw. If Fearless can stay connected to this race and not get too far back, I think that Fearless could be very tough to beat for Todd Pletcher. We know what Todd does down at Gulfstream Park. He's already off to a pretty hot start to get the meet started. Race 10, the Fort Lauderdale. I thought there was 2 turf horses you wanted to use. The 8, Analyze It. This horse almost won the Breeders' Cup Mile at one point in his career. The horse has a lot of talent. The horse was entered for a tag last time. I think they decided to scratch. They wanted to give this horse another chance to stay in here with Stakes Company. He's a forward type, a talented type, and I think he'll appreciate the firm ground of South Florida. But if that pace happens to pick up and cook up a little bit, make sure you have the 12, Space Traveler for Brendan Walsh. Not an ideal draw, but this is a horse that comes from out of it, so I'm not overly concerned about being towards the outside. Should be able to take back, tuck in, save ground. He should have some honest pace to run into, considering some of the horses in here that seem to be forward. And then to wrap it up, race 11, a maiden special weight on the grass. I thought this was a Chad Brown race to lose. The 9, Ridley's Major, ran extremely well first time out from a speed figure standpoint. The pace was not particularly fast, and one of my favorite angles in racing, closing into a slow pace on a turf course. The 9, Ridley's Major, is one of my keys in the late pick 5 to wrap it up late. Good luck, and hopefully we can cash one of these things. I hope some of this stuff helps you with your handicapping and your ticket construction. We'll see you next week.
Race 4, our next order of business. We are on the main track going 6.5 furlongs in this maiden, claiming for 25,000. It's the 2-year-olds in the spotlight as we have some girl power up on the set here for this race. Ashley, the number 6 Prince Marco, taking a lot of the early money. We both intrigued by a couple of other runners. I went to the outside Shady Capture on the dropping class, but this one lightly raced just seemed like there was every license to step forward.
Yeah, this is certainly one to use. I used this one in the second spot. I was torn between two horses. Obviously, I think the addition of blinkers today should help this one. And the other thing I wanted to mention, you look at Carlos David, maiden second time out. It is a huge stat. It's 33%. If there's one knock you want to make, maiden special weight to maiden claiming, not the best stat for the barn, but obviously this is a considerable step down.
I do think it's a little bit of a concern, too, that for a barn that's really good with 2-year-old firsters, didn't take too much money by his standards on debut. So it just feels like, yes, it's a significant drop, but a warranted drop second time out. You go to the number 4, Knight's Bird, who gets a little bit of a drop in class. Much improved last time out, though.
Yeah, I would say it's a minor step, right? Because you're looking at that race. It was state bred last time at 35, now at the open 25 level. I mean, the big thing here with the most recent performance, I thought there was a step up on the stretch out. It was over the sloppy going. This one is part of that pace scenario again. Didn't surrender like we saw on the debut. Was only 4th, beaten by 5.5. The runner up in there, Bird Wildcat, came back to win next time out. So for me, I think this horse should be part of that early pace scenario.
Blinkers were added last time out. Looks pretty sharp there in the walking ring today as Paco Lopez back riding at Gulfstream this afternoon. The number 7 is another second-time starter, Valiant Avenger for Ralph Nix. This one did take money on debut.
It did take money on debut. Didn't perform too well. That was at the $35,000 level over the slop on the debut. The thing that I thought interesting was looking at the pedigree on the bottom side. I saw a lot of turf there, sticking with the dirt here. But for me, I don't know your thoughts looking at the Makacia. This is one that stood out to me. A really big colt. He looks pretty good in the paddock here, just taking his sights in.
Really good looking individual, too. Yeah, the dam was a 7-time turf winner. She did win once on the main track, but that was on a wet track, too. So he's pretty sharp this afternoon. And caught by Valiant Minister Ralph Nix and Tyler Gaffleone certainly know how to team up and win races. Now that first-time starter that's been taking all the early money, tepid favorite now at 3-1. But Prince Marco, this could be some smart money, so to speak, as we have learned at Gulfstream with these 2-year-old races.
And I think also with the connections, you'll see this sometimes a high morning line and then they go off at a low odds there. This is a $60,000 purchase back in April at OPS. A son of Tiz Now. The workouts to me a little inconsistent. You'll see a fast work, you'll see a slow. So maybe they're maintenance drills. Maybe the drill on December 11th was maintenance. You go to the 2 back the gate drill. It was a sharp move here in the morning on December 4th.
Looks like he will benefit from tucking up a little bit after a first race, but he's taking that early money. But the favoritism shifting over now to your top pick, Knight's Bird. You have the number 2 Inner Wave in third as they head out onto the horse path. There's a good look at that son of Kozan.
Just went with the price here, maybe underneath in the trifecta. This is one that I thought debuted okay, took no respect, almost 60-1 in that race. Did make up some ground to finish mid-pack 4th, beaten by 8 lengths. It was at the $35,000 level. Connections 13% with maiden second time out, but still looking at some others in the field. This one will need to really improve today.
Hey, he's a nice price too, 12-1. I like it, 5-2 currently on Knight's Bird. There's a look at that son of Noble Bird. We have the 2-year-old stepping onto the track. When we come back for the 5th, it'll be our first stake of the afternoon.
5 minutes to wager on the 4th race of the afternoon, where we bring out maiden claimers at a 6.5 furlong trip. They're in for 25,000. Number 6, Prince Marco, the best turned out horse and groom award winner. It's a race full of chances here. Win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5, daily double, and pick 3 possibility. 5 minutes now, 4 minutes to wager on race 4. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Race full of chances here with a 5-2 favorite and number 4, Knight's Bird, Paco Lopez for Eddie Plesa Jr. 7, Valiant Avenger, the 3-1 second choice. And then on a class drop, number 8, Shady Capture, a 3-1 co-second choice now. Shady Capture coming out of the simplification race, so a magnified class drop for him. 8 to get the gate, and now Knight's Bird is taking his spot in line. The gray Valiant Avenger stepping forward next. Tyler Gaffleone for Ralph Nix. Just leaving one to move forward. That's Shady Capture, who will complete the line. Stakes action begins with race 5, 4th race field, set for a start. And they're off. From between horses, Knight's Bird was away well, straightened up by Paco with Bourbon Over Ice moving to challenge, and Valiant Avenger is on their outside. Wide on the course and Shady Capture, and moving out the rail, Ruling Front. Newcomer Prince Marco runs into the third last position. Second last, Hector B. The early trailer is Inner Wave. Down the backstretch they go. They're tightly knit here. Shady Capture is on the far outside with Bourbon Over Ice in the 2-path. Knight's Bird along the rail, 3 wide, and Valiant Avenger. Just off them is the team of Prince Marco and Ruling Front. Out the back is Inner Wave, and Hector B is dropped to last as they round the far turn. 22-1 for a contested and quick opening quarter. Bourbon Over Ice shoves a neck on top. From the inside, Knight's Bird, 4 wide, Shady Capture, 3 wide, Valiant Avenger. These 4 continue to tussle with 5/16 remaining. 3 back to Prince Marco. He's had some pace ahead of him and tries to get motivated. There's a quarter of a mile remaining. Of the 4 in front, Gaffleone sitting the chilliest. 3 wide on Valiant Avenger. 4 wide, Shady Capture toward the inside, and Bourbon Over Ice. They're at the top of the stretch. Now Tyler gets to work on Valiant Avenger, who gives him a neck advantage. From the outside, Shady Capture. From the inside, Bourbon Over Ice. Off heels Prince Marco. Final 16th of a mile. Valiant Avenger driven out. It's Valiant Avenger to do it for Ralph Nix and Tyler G by 3 in the end. Good run from the newcomer, Prince Marco. He got second. Shady Capture was third, then Bourbon Over Ice in 1:18-1.
First stakes on the afternoon, 1 mile on the firm turf course. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. It's the $100,000 Grade 3, the Swanee River, one of the great races here at Gulfstream Park, and lots of different ways to go. We got a current 2-to-1 favorite, Shifty She, but there's other horses in that might have a shot, and one of those is Kelsey's Cross, who's getting back to the turf today. So Acacia Courtney caught up with Andy Biancone, assistant to Patrick Biancone. Let's see what they had to say about their horse in this spot.
Well, she came out of the Dowager really well. I mean, we just had the worst racing luck that day. I mean, went out to the track. We expected her to run huge. She pulled a shoe at the 5/8 pole. So she's literally on the backside, and they realized she's lost a shoe. So they had to travel all the way back to the paddock, stop, reshoe her, bring her out. And she is quite the handful. So that just really ruined her day. And she was ranked the whole race. She pulled the whole 1.5 miles. And, you know, she's the type of filly who really needs to be, she's better covered up, and she needs to take a breath. She can't just if not, she's just trying to run you around the whole race. She finished a really strong 4th despite the circumstances. But, obviously I think if that wouldn't have happened, she would have performed a lot better. I really think she was ready to win that day. I know she was 30-1, but she really had a shot. We had her so ready. And I think she still maintained that peak up to this race. So as long as we have some better racing luck this time, it should be okay.
Brian, that's Kelsey's Cross, 60-1 on the board right now, and they seem to have some interest in that horse. I hope it runs well. It's going to blow up the topo for sure, but not the case with the 3 Shifty She, who's 4 for 6 on the Gulfstream Park turf. Returns fresh off. That was a really nice race last time out when she won the Noble Damsel up at Belmont. She was so game in that race.
Yeah, Grade 3 win, and she's the house horse here, Ronnie, as you mentioned, 4 for 6 over this lawn, but 5 for 9 going a mile. But she took her game to Belmont, gets a Grade 3 for Safi, who's doing his thing down here. Won the Remington Mile last night with a nice 2-year-old as well for the barn. So she's certainly the horse to beat, Rod. She could be the controlling speed in here as well.
Yeah, she looks like she's going to be right there on the edge. We've got a stat on Safi Joseph Jr., winner last time out. Over the 31 to 60 days between starts in the past 6 months, 9 for 39, 23%. In the money 67% of the time. 144 is the return of investment. And we'll see how this one runs at 2-1. I know you had some interest in the number 4, who I also have on my tick a little further down. Keeper of the time, the Irish bred, who's stretching out to the mile again.
Yeah, this is my long shot play of the day, 10-1 right now. I think she was 15 on the morning line. I will take it here. You see her there. She's very lightly raced. Woke up at Belmont with a good 3rd last time. I think she can getting back to 2 turns, and she's well drawn with plenty of upside. She's only run 9 times. She's only run 3 times for Brendan Walsh here in the United States, coming in from Ireland. And I just think there's a lot of upside here, and a filly that could be moving forward at a nice price. And listen, if it's not Shifty She, I think this race really opens up quite a bit, and I look for her to make a move forward today. 10-1 is very square to me.
I was thinking that if someone goes up, like you had pointed out, that Shifty She might be the speed, and here, the number 2 In a Hurry, who likes to pounce from that stall closed position, renews the rivalry with Shifty She after finishing 4th behind her last time out. I just see a better pace scenario for this horse today, ridden by Javier Castellano for Shug McGee.
I agree, Ron, and Shug's horses are running at the meet, and this one is very tactical. She should set a nice trip just off the speed. She wasn't far behind her last time at Belmont, and you're getting a square price on her as well.
I know both you and Acacia. I think Acacia had the number 7 Alms on top of her ticket.
Yeah, Mike Stidham brings her in here, her 3rd start of her form cycle, and she look at the double layoff line, so he's just getting her back going. And 4-year-old daughter of City Zip, who's 4 for 8 lifetime. This is finally, she's putting races together again, and she was a good 2nd last time, necked out at Fairgrounds. Now Mike brings her in for a Grade 3, and I would think she's pretty cranked in here.
Yeah, she's taking that steady money, 5-1 on the board. We'll see how she runs for Mike. And Luis Saez certainly adds to the appeal, and they are now heading to the track for race number 5, the Grade 3 Swanee River. And don't forget, we'll pick up after they get on the track, and Pete announces them. We'll turn it over trackside to Acacia Courtney.
Ladies and gentlemen, the horses are leaving the walking ring and moving on to the track now for race number 5. The 5th race is the 73rd edition of the Grade 3 Swanee River Stakes on the turf at 1 mile for $100,000. A field of 12, let's meet the field. Number 1 is Dawn's Dancer, owned by Gary Broad and trained by Christopher Davis. The jockey is Junior Alvarado. Number 2, In a Hurry, owned by Stuart Janney III, trained by Shug McGahee with Javier Castellano. Number 3, Pedigree Partners, Shifty She. Safi Joseph Jr. does the training, the jockey Edwin Gonzalez. Number 4, Keeper of Time, is owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds, Gary Finder, Tim Cameron, and Anna Cameron, trained by Brendan Walsh, ridden by Tyler Gaffleone. Number 5, La Babia, owned by the Helen Groves Revocable Trust and trained by Michael Matz, the jockey Rafael Hernandez. Number 6 is Classic Lady, owned by Michael Dubb and Michael Caruso, trained by Christophe Clement with Paco Lopez. Number 7 is Alms, sports the Godolphin Blue Silks and is trained by Mike Stidham. Luis Saez on board. Number 8 is Kelsey's Cross, owned by Sanford Bacon and Patrick Biancone Racing, trained by Patrick Biancone, ridden today by Romero Mirage. Number 9 is Glenhill Farms Summering. Tom Proctor is the trainer. The jockey is Amisael Jaramillo. Number 10 is Sweet Melania. Sweet Melania is owned by Robert and Lawana Lowe and trained by Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez rides. 11 is Princess Causeway, owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds and trained by Ian Wilkes, the reinsman Corey Lannery. Rounding out the group is 12, Quiet Company, owned by the R Sugar Bear stable of William Terrell, trained by Fernando Abreu with Julian Laparoux. That's the field of 12 to do battle in the 73rd edition of the Swanee River. We're on the turf to start a pick 3, up next in 3 minutes.
Horses on the track warming up for our first graded stake of the day. And we'll start with the favorite, the number 3, Shifty She, as she is one of the main speeds in here. There could potentially be a little bit of pressure on her, but as far as Shifty She does go, talking about the 3, Edwin Gonzalez will stay aboard, and they've continued to make a really strong partnership together. She wired the field last time in the Noble Damsel up at Belmont Park in a really impressive performance. Was against the bias at Kentucky Downs 2 starts back, and I think really came back to show her quality with a good trip and being more with the racetrack last time out up at Belmont. Now, she's not a very big, imposing type of mare, but she's been very sharp today. As soon as she got out on the racetrack, she wanted to just go as Edwin Gonzalez took her away from the pony. She always is sharp like that, and for a horse that has that early speed, I do like to see that. She's well put together, looks strong coming in off the back of that win. I tried to go against her just a little bit with the number 7, Alms, who's going to be a better price. She's 5-1 right now on the board. Very feminine filly by City Zip. I hadn't seen her since her first couple starts in 2019, actually, when she ran and won the Grade 3 matron sprinting, and she always looked like a horse that wanted to run longer. She had so much ability showing at the beginning of her career, being 4 for 4, but unfortunately has been a tough horse to keep on the racetrack. I like that this is her 3rd consecutive start here in 2021. She ran a really good second last time out at the fairgrounds in stakes competition, and she actually didn't have the best break, which doesn't show in the short comment either, where she kind of planted her feet a little bit, broke out rather, and then
was able to get under Mitchell Murrell into pretty good stalking position and just missed. I expect her to sit a good trip in here today with perhaps some other speed signed on alongside Shifty She. The number 2, In a Hurry, faced Shifty She, the Noble Damsel, last time out. And this is a type of filly who typically does kind of live on her nerves a little bit, that she gets really keyed up prior to the races. She has really done well coming down here to Florida. Been training up at Payson Park, which is a very quiet training center. And she had mentally come along in her last couple of starts too, but she was very professional. She got really a little bit more perking up and a little bit more keyed up as they got the call for riders up. Javier Castellano climbing aboard once again and was sharp out on track, but this is the most professional and focused I have seen her. Her weight also looks really good for her. Really impressed with what I see from In a Hurry, and she's really upgraded her chances in my eye seeing her out there on the track today. The number 6, Classic Lady, is another one who can be a little bit revved up prior to the races, a little tough to saddle, a little sharp beforehand, but Paco Lopez took her away from the pony, has been circling, giving that good warm-up, expending some of that energy. She has the tactical running style, though she is stepping into graded stakes competition for the first time, and we'll see if she can bring that New York bred form into this race, as she had a good trip under Paco last time. So I do like the fact that Paco has gotten a chance to get to know her and has one on her, and she seems to have come back to him really nicely after that warm-up. Finally, just wanted to mention the 4, Keeper of Time, who is facing older horses for the first time. She's a very small filly, and she has a typical kind of European 6-7 furlong sprint look to her. I liked her going to the 7 last time. The thing about it is that she's just so laid back, and she just doesn't have that early speed. So I don't think that she's really suited to our American turf sprints. She's done everything right out there today, as she was closing from off of it in the Glen Cove last time out. If she gets a lot of pace to run at in here, that should be the name of her game. Tyler Gaffleone aboard once again, but they step onto the turf course, and we'll be loading in momentarily for the Grade 3 Swanee River to kick off our stakes action.
The horses are moving into line now for race 5. It's post time for the Swanee River. 5-2 on Shifty She under Edwin Gonzalez. Talented field of 12 to do battle on the turf at a 1-mile trip. Here's Princess Causeway taking her spot in line. Last 2 to move forward are Classic Lady and Quiet Company. Quiet Company and Julien Leparoux to the outside gate. Quiet Company going up. Quiet Company going in. All set. Racing in the Swanee River Stakes. Excellent beginning for race favorite Shifty She, who's headed off for the early lead. From the far outside, Quiet Company using speed to get over, and Sweet Melania, she got away in good shape. She's now 3rd. Down at the rail, it's In a Hurry, followed between horses by La Babia. Very wide on that first turn was Alm's Blue Colors trying to work over under Louis Sayers, with Classic Lady just inside her. And it's a length and a half back to Princess Causeway. She races ahead of Keeper of Time. Summering is 3 wide, while 3rd last. 2nd last, Kelsey's Cross. The early trailer, Dawn's Dancer. The early leader is Shifty She, and she throttles open here. Look at Shifty She kick on. She's open 5 over Sweet Melania, who rates her own trip well. 2nd. In a Hurry is their 3rd. Alms on the far outside is racing a joint 4th alongside Quiet Company. Classic Lady is toward the rail. Then it's a well-held Princess Causeway. She starts to make some decisions with Summering on her outside. A gap of another 3 to La Babia, 3 wide, and Dawn's Dancer. Trying to rally from the back here is Kelsey's Cross as they round the far turn. 48-4 for the opening half mile. Shifty She did so much early. She still has the lead. Johnny V has hold of Sweet Melania, who's up alongside second. In a Hurry's in range third. Summering rallies from the back, and they're at the top of the stretch. Sweet Melania issues the challenge to Shifty She with an eighth of a mile more to get. Sweet Melania, Johnny V gets serious, and now she's in front. In a Hurry tries to gain some late ground. Shifty She is down at the inside. 16th to go. Sweet Melania driven out. Well handled to victory. The Swanee River to Sweet Melania. She wins by a neck. Shifty She fought her every step of the way. She ended up second over In a Hurry third in 136 and 2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the winner of race number 5, the Swanee River, to number 10, Sweet Melania. A 4-year-old chestnut filly by American Pharoah out of Sweet and Discreet by Discreet Cat. Bred in Kentucky by the St. Elias stable, owned by Robert and Lawana Lowe, trained by Todd Pletcher. The winning jockey, John Velasquez. 10-3, 2-4-9 in 136 and 2. Quinella, $31.80. Exact is $70.40. Trifecta, $70.75. More in a moment as we now head to the winner's circle for the trophy presentation being made to the winning connections. Joining us to make the presentation, longtime thoroughbred breeder here in the state of Florida, William Soren. William Soren makes the presentation to the Todd Pletcher team and winning jockey John Velasquez. William is, of course, the breeder of one of the all-time greats in recent memory here in South Florida, Starship Jubilee. Superfecta, $1,047.40, 104.74 for a dime. The high five did not get hit. $4,637.51 carried over. Daily double combination numbers in the daily double 7 and 10, 101.20. Pick 3, $42.50. Pick 4, $79.45. All 5 in the early pick 5 for $273.05. 4 out of 5, good for $5.30. More in a moment. And ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention now to the winner's circle. Acacia Courtney standing by with a textbook John Velasquez ride.
That it was, Pete. Always love getting a chance to catch up with Johnny after the races. Johnny, Sweet Melania, you read her in the last couple starts with a couple different tactics. Tell me a little bit about taking her off Shifty She today.
The first time I rode her, and she broke well, and I was trying to get her back. She was kind of keen, and the other horse next to me was kind of pushing the whole way around. So she never really got to relax. Last time, she relaxed a little bit behind a couple of horses in front. So I thought that maybe this is the thing. Maybe she wants to do that and had a better finish. Although she just got beat last time out. She ran a really good race. So I plan to do the same thing if I can get off behind somebody, even though she's strong, but at least she goes off the from the leader. It was perfect. When I let him go, she responded right away.
It seemed like it was an improved effort from her too, because she really fought back as they came down to the wire, those 2 quality fillies.
She did. Obviously, the horse in front, it was a tough horse to beat as well, but I didn't want to let him too easy. So I got to him in the 3-8 post, and I knew I had him, but on the other hand, I don't want to let him do too easy and not too much with him and get caught by somebody else behind. So I was a little cautious a little bit with her, but she got it done anyway.
You'll be come the 26th riding out at Santa Anita for the winter, but we love having you here at Gulfstream Park, and has to be special, always winning on these big days at Gulfstream.
Yeah, it feels nice to win a race like this, and the connection. Thank you, the connections and Todd Pletcher always give me support. So thank you very much.
Great ride as always, Johnny. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Sweet Melania kicks off the day in the Swanee River.
What a cool filly she is. As she shows up every time and has been a real overachiever. She does what looks strong coming back here off a bit of a layoff. She hasn't raced since August, but she is one that will be closing late. One thing I do like is that after that freshening too, it looks like she's done really well in her weight and just the type of condition, the amount of condition that she is carrying this afternoon for trainer Matt Williams. Finished second last time out at Colonial Downs. There, it did set up for closers that day, but she has run well in the past. And if there is some more pace, if somebody tries to go with Dance Duro, she could potentially get a nice setup in front of her. The number one Allworthy is taking all of the money now at 9-5. She does come out of grade one company trying the cotillion last time out. You see that extension blinker covering her right eye. She's worn that actually since her debut, as she seems to be the type that tends to, I don't know if it's so much drift in the stretch, but we have seen her break out in the past, which is exactly what she did last time out at Parks, facing the likes of Clairiere and a big obligatory in the grade one cotillion. Broke out pretty significantly, kind of lost her hind end a bit too, and forced Florent Giroux to really take her back. And she is one that typically comes from off of it, but she has been a little bit more tactical in the past, which given what I'm seeing from her demeanor today, I would expect her to be forward once again. She's been very sharp out there. Tyler Gaffleone keeping her with the pony right now as she has been revved up to go, and they kept them in the tunnel because of the weather. She was the one that was getting a little bit revved up and a little bit hot there, but he's been able to kind of contain it out there on track right now. The other one for Safi Joseph Jr. is the 4 Queen Nakia, a big, long striding mare. And I can see why when she won the Royal Delta, she really succeeded at the mile and a 16th going the 2 turns, because she really tends to kind of gobble up the ground because she is so big and has so much of her stride. You can see how she absolutely dwarfs the pony that she's next to right now. We'll see if she gets some pace to run at. She will certainly want that, especially because she'll probably be picking up all of the pieces late. About a minute to post, and we kick off the Rainbow Six here, starting in race number 6 with the Rampart.
Rainbow Six pool is blasted past the $285,000 mark, on our way to $300,000 in the Rainbow Six, with a field of 6 in the Rampart next. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 6, the Rampart, 43rd edition of this race at a 1 mile trip. Host of challengers here. The key contenders are the 1, 3, 4, and 6. Bettors have shuffled the deck a touch on the morning line quotes as the race favorite is Dance Doro. She is 9-5 alongside Allworthy. It's 5-2 for Dream Marie. Queen Nakia is a 9-2 price here. Long shot Grandbaby going forward, and then the gray daughter of Graydar, Dream Marie, will complete the line. The Rampart at 1 mile. They're in the gate. Racing in the Rampart. Sent from the inside, Allworthy with Dance Doro moving to her. Up on the outside, Grandbaby won't be far away, but the leader will be Dance Doro as they link up with the main course. Grandbaby on the outside, Allworthy driving through at the rail. Far outside in Dream Marie. Alvarado wants her close early. The early trailer is Queen Nakia. Out of the chute, onto the main track. Dance Doro leads for Jaramillo and leads by a neck. Barrios keeps the pressure on with Grandbaby in second. Allworthy, white blinkers moving through under a loose rein. She's a joint third alongside the gray Dream Marie, who's out in the center. 2 back to Don't Get Cozy, and the early trailer is Queen Nakia. Quarter time, reasonable enough, 23-4, 5 furlongs yet to go. Dance Doro, 3 parts of length. Grandbaby is second, 2 back to Allworthy in third. Dream Marie's out in the center while racing in fourth, and Don't Get Cozy. And Queen Nakia is still far back. The opening half mile was 45-4. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn in the Rampart. Dance Doro still clear a length and a quarter. Allworthy at the rail is now trying to challenge for second. Grandbaby's alongside her. Junior Alvarado trying to get Dream Marie to shift gears. She's fourth while covering ground. 2 back to a rail running Queen Nakia. Don't Get Cozy at the back, and they're at the top of the stretch. 3/4 in Dance Doro's favor, and 109-4. Dream Marie just got floated into the parking lot, so Dance Doro just an eighth of a mile from home and 4 on top. Allworthy is second, Queen Nakia, and Don't Get Cozy showing some late interest. Don't Get Cozy tries to reach Dance Doro. Dance Doro close to home on a clear lead, and she's the Rampart winner. Dance Doro by almost 2 in the end. Second, Don't Get Cozy. Third, Allworthy. Fourth, Queen Nakia. Then Grandbaby. Number 3, Dance Doro was the winner. Number 2, Don't Get Cozy was second. Number 1, Allworthy finished third. Number 4, Queen Nakia was fourth. Number 5, Grandbaby fifth. 1:35 and 4, the final running time. Now returning to the winner's circle, the winner of the Rampart, Whisper Hill Farms, Dance Doro. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Medallia Doro out of Dance Quietly by AP Indy. Bred by the owners of Whisper Hill Farm and trained by Ralph Nix, the winning jockey completing a riding double today, jockey Amisael Jaramillo. And ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention now to the winner's circle for the trophy presentation being made to the winning connections. Joining winning trainer Ralph Nix and winning jockey Amisael Jaramillo is Gulfstream Park Vice President of Marketing, Greg DeVincent. Greg DeVincent makes the presentation to the connections behind Dance Doro, who went gate to wire in the Rampart. Race 7 is next. The 7th race starts the late pick 5 on the all-weather at about 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 1, 14, and 15. To take note, 13 Berhanu draws in. Win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5, daily double, pick 3, and late pick 5 opportunity. Exacta 42.40, quinella 29.20, trifecta $24.85. Superfecta 3, 2, 1, and 4, $117.70, $11.77 for a dime. Daily double, $81.40. The pick 3 was nice here, 7, 10, and 3. It's worth $111.90. More in a moment. And ladies and gentlemen, we head now to the winner's circle. Brian is standing by with winning trainer Ralph Nix.
Yeah, powerhouse performance by Dance Doro. Ralph, you kind of talked off the air. She's a filly that's hit or miss with her form, but ever since you gave her a little freshening, she seems to be at the top of her game.
Yeah, she's running good. I mean, after that break, I mean, her first race back was amazing, and maybe bounced us a little bit because she ran so hard, in the one in between there and today. But today was, another huge effort.
On paper, it looked like she was the controlling speed, but that was a pretty tight-knit group. What'd you think when they flashed that 22-second quarter up there?
I'm wondering about the timer. I mean, you go almost 24, then 22 in one second quarter. But if that's the thing, that's big to overcome that and continue to run on like she did.
A big homebred pedigree here. What is it? It has to be a big deal to get a grade 3 win, to get a stakes win, for that kind of pedigree.
It's very important for the family and well deserving for Mandy. I mean, she's supported, taking care of a lot of people, and put more money and courage and love into the game as anybody you've ever seen.
All right, well done. Congratulations, Ralph Nix. Dance Doro wins the Rampart.
wide open affair here with the big field kicking off our late pick five. And Brian, you've been on fire with your late pick fives. Let's take a look at your ticket.
I will be alive after this race, Ron. I guarantee you.
Hey, got it. You read my book, didn't you? The old button for fun and profit, huh?
$36 ticket. I have no opinion here. Ronnie and I will talk about it in a second, but I do have singles. And there's one in race 8. My best bet of the day, 6-1 on the morning line for Bronx Beauty. Sign me up for that, please. 1-6 in that order in the Harland's Holiday. Mighty Heart and Fearless look to lay over the field to me. 2, 8, 12, the 3 favorites in the great renewal of the grade 2, Fort Lauderdale. And there's the single in the finale, Ridley's Major. Chad Browd celebrating a birthday today. I think he's got a pretty heavy favorite in the get-out race.
Yeah, everybody in America seems to have the 9 horse on top today. Let's start it off with that horse that you like here, that you have on top, and that's Allegedly Perfect, who's dropping to the 10 level today. Set the early pace last time and weakened.
Yeah, I like Allegedly Perfect less least than the rest of them. Has speed, the class drop as well. A good field last time of Florida bred optional claimers were well drawn. It's Zerpa, it's Jaramillo, who just wired the Rampart last race. So there's a lot to like with Allegedly Perfect. And honestly, Ronnie, $11 isn't too bad either.
I went with the 6 in here. Star Weaver, who goes to Jorge Delgado barn after the claim. Wheels back at the same level and distance. Closed from the parking lot last time out to finish second. Barn, we're going to show you a stat on Jorge Delgado. First off the claim, flat out over the past year. He's 16 from 54. That's 30%, a good sample. 59% in the money, even $2 return of investment on the current 2-1 favorite.
Small sample too. He's 31% on the synthetics, and no disrespect to the Lutchman barn, but this is a huge trainer move as well on a barn that trainer really knows how to move him up off the claim. So Star Weaver, listen, I think he's the one to beat too. 2-1, a little light though.
Yeah, I like the number 10. I was talking about this on the early show today. Number 10, Earth, who's another drop into the 10 level. Stalked the pace last time, weakened to finish 5th, but that was a solid group of 16 claimers going 5 on the Tapeta.
Yeah, Earth should be half this price. To see, that's the play right there at 12-1. That's overlay city to quote Pete Aiello, because this is a class dropper with speed, with versatility, with big numbers, in and amongst this group. 12-1 is a crazy price on that horse right now.
Well, what about the number 11? I know you had some interest in this horse, and that is Hurricane Hill from Matt Williams' barn. Bill Mott, excuse me.
Yeah, you don't really know what to make of this horse. 2 turns last time on turf didn't work out. The turf sprints at Ellis and Kentucky Downs were strong efforts. Has yet to try the synthetic here at Gulfstream, but does have a win on a synthetic track. So that bodes well. 4-1 from a wide draw. Not in love with that price, but this is a spread race to me. If you're getting involved in this late pick 5, I would certainly have to think that horse is an A.
Well, we got some synthetic stats we want to show you in this race. One of the horses up there, 21-1, Great Blake, the number 4, Hit the Sire. Greatness gets an A rating. That's pretty good from Jim Mays' progressive handicapping schedule. So that's a good price. And also Sky Magician, the Dam Sire, Sky Mesa, gets a B+ from Jim Mays' progressive handicap. And Mike Trombetta, pretty good. Your age is 24% with 152 synthetic starters.
Yeah, this is a barn that knows what it's doing on the synthetic. Brought a lot of live horses down here to run over the
The horses are leaving the walking ring and moving on to the track for this afternoon's 7th race. Leadoff leg of the late pick 5, about 5.5 furlongs on the all-weather Tapeta track in use here. Scratch 1, 14, and 15. 13 draws in, so it's still a full field of 12. Win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5, daily double pick 3, late pick 5 opportunity. 4 minutes. Approaching the starting gate. Last chance to wager on the late pick 5. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 7, starting leg of today's late pick 5. First into line is Sovereign Warrior with Kitten Street and Great Blake next to step forward. Now Mary Epler trained Backwoods Boogie. 3-1 co-favorites here. The 6 Star Weaver and the 7 Allegedly Perfect. Allegedly Perfect now a second choice behind Star Weaver, who's firm to 2-1. Earth, red and black colors, getting ready to walk forward now. Super Stables represented with Marcelino. Then Star Weaver. 3 more waiting for Allegedly Perfect. Burhanu and Tenacity Zip. Tenacity Zip is in. Burhanu completes the line. About 5.5 furlongs on the all-weather to start today's late pick 5. Burhanu going up and in. All set. And they're off. From the center, Allegedly Perfect, well served at the start from Marcelino, who comes away in second. Moving up on the outside, Earth is split runners. He takes third. Backwoods Boogie is next. Moving up on the inside, that's Kitten Street. He's into the top flight, wide on the course, but progressing Burhanu. He gets ahead of Tenacity Zip. Hurricane Hills toward the back of the field, and the 2 at the back are Star Weaver and Sovereign Warrior. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Allegedly Perfect is hooked and hooked hard. Earth looms up alongside from second. A gap of 3. Marcelino is there third. On the far outside and trying to rally now, there's the run from Hurricane Hill. Sky Magician tries to get a rally going while 7 lengths off the lead. Then Backwoods Boogie. Allegedly Perfect has been dueled into submission by Earth, who still has work to do. Marcelino takes aim. Backwoods Boogie. Hurricane Hill now swinging wide for the drive. A late run from Great Blake. Who do you like here? 1/8 of a mile to go. Marcelino takes aim at Earth, who's still in front from last. Star Weaver charging hard. 16th to go. Earth is dead game, and he's fending off all challenges. It will be Earth to win it. Star Weaver gets up for second. Marcelino was third. Then Great Blake and Burhanu for the high 5 in 104 flat. Number 10, Earth was the winner. Number 6, Star Weaver was second. Number 5, Marcelino finished third. Number 4, Great Blake was fourth. Number 13, Berhanu fifth. 10, 6, 5, 4, 13. Now returning to the winner's circle is Earth. Earth, a 6-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Florida Derby winner Orb out of the Spitestown mare Mullins Bay. Bred in Kentucky by the Calumet Farm, owned by the Bocce Galoop stable and trained by Jenna Antonucci. The winning rider, Angel Arroyo. Earth aggressively handled and it proves a winning move. He gets the job done today at 10-1. Next up, race 8, 8th race, continues with the graded stakes on the Saturday card in South Florida. This is the Sugar Swirl, 40th edition of this race at 6 furlongs. It's a grade 3. Field of 8, win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5, daily double, then pick 3 possibility. Late pick 4 starts next at 328. Quinella, $28, exacta $79.20, trifecta $208.15, superfecta 10, 6, 5, 4, $6,332.30, 633.23 for a dime. High 5, no winners, 9,300 carries over to a nice one next, the Sugar Swirl with a nice high 5 carryover. Daily double $98.80, the pick 3 $263.70.
I'd like to see her, 2, 3, 4 off of it and swing outside and hopefully come with a big run.
Ron, she got headed out for the win. You just saw it right there by the one, who's 10-1 right now. Music City Star is 60. There's no reason. I'm not telling you she's going to win this race. She's more like a 12, 15-1 in here. That's a wild price.
Yeah, that's a wild price right now. Right. Well, I want to hear about this best bet today. And Acacia's long shot, the number 7, Bronx Beauty sitting up there, the cozy 7-1.
Ronnie, the splits in here have to be just off the charts fast. Everybody really wants to go in some way, shape, or form. She's a closer. She's been freshened off that really fast win at Monmouth. She ran a 1 on the thoroughgraphs that day. She was second in this race last year. Yes, she's 0 for 6 at Gulfstream Park. Second in this race last year. Hopefully she makes the last run, the winning run.
Well, one of those speeds for sure is the current 4-5 favorite in here, and that's Frank's Rocket. He's making a local return after failing the real and current nemesis. That's Bell's the one. That was in the grade 2, TCA 2 starts back. And then third behind her in the Dream Supreme Stakes at Churchill last time out. She's got to be able to stalk today, I think, to have a chance. If she sits off some fast pace, maybe she could be the one, but you're going to have to take 4-5.
Yeah, I agree. And if Bell's the one was in here, it should be 1-10 in this race.
Right.
So that's a very classy mare she's been running against. She does have a hint of a rating gear. The problem is, Ron, she's odds on, and her only win this of late was at Prairie Meadows against 3 rivals. So it's a little dicey.
What about the number 5, Center Isle, is cutting back to 6 furlongs, defeating allowance runners in front running style when going 7 at Keeneland and 62,500 optional claimers. That was going 6.5 at Churchill. Paco is going to be in the first flight. Like you said, you got to be up there with zinging it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, she really looks good off those 2 wins, but she's wired both times. And I don't know if she's making the front here.
Well, we got a stat on the trainer, Paulo Lobo, who's a dirt winner last out over the past 2 years. He's 8 for 29, 28%, 55% in the money. 175 is the return of investment. And one other horse I wanted to touch on, if we do have time, we'll see how close they are to getting to the track, and that's Quinoa Tifa. We'll try and make it 2 in a row after adding to really her horse for course status when she defeated the very familiar competition. There you see her on the screen. We'll turn it over to Pete Aiello.
Stepping onto the course now for the 8th race, the start of the late pick 4, the 40th renewal of the Sugar Swirl Stakes, grade 3 runners for 100,000. Number 1, Quinoa Tifa, owned by Arundel Farm, trained by Carlos David, ridden by Paco Lopez. Number 2 is Cumberland Stables Music City Star. Christopher Davis does the training. The jockey is Rafael Hernandez. Number 3, Frank's Rocket, is owned by Frank Fletcher Racing Operations and trained by Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado in the irons. Number 4, Lori Lupi, is owned by Team Hanley and Paul Braverman, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. John Velasquez up. Number 5, Center Isle, is owned by OXO Equine and trained by Paulo Lobo with Luis Saez. From the barn of Cam Gambalotti, number 6 is Compensate, owned by CJ Thoroughbreds and ridden today by Miguel Vasquez. Number 7 is Bronx Beauty, sports the silks of Breeze Easy LLC and trained by Anthony Margata Jr., the jockey Tyler Gaffleon. Running out the field is number 8, Sasua, owned by Mark Greer, trained by Arnaud Delacour with Edwin Gonzalez. That's the best turned out horse award winner here. It's a field of 8. They'll be at the gate in 5 minutes.
Late pick 4 kicking off here in the grade 3 Sugar Swirl. I have my price play of the day in the 7 Bronx Beauty, thinking that she's really going to get a good trip in here. There should be some added pace. She's going down a tick now at 2-5 to 1, but they took the blinkers off last time out, and I thought that the race that she won at Monmouth was a really good looking performance. We've seen her here at Gulfstream before, actually in this race last year, second behind Ladies Island, who was really dominating the sprint stakes at Gulfstream or in Florida throughout at the time. It looks like she's actually really done quite well too and really filled into herself. She's got some nice stretch to her as well. I think that taking the blinkers off seems to help. I like that she draws Tyler Gaffleone. I know that she's not necessarily a winning type, but as a result, you are going to get a little bit more value for her. Beautifully turned out mare by Liaison. Now the big favorite is the number 3 Frank's Rockcat, and it's true. She has the class. The question for me is, and I nearly picked her on top because she too could kind of sit that stalking trip, but the question is she the Frank's Rockette that we were seeing back in 2020? It seemed kind of like in the carousel at Oakland, she should have won that race. Should have won maybe a few starts back at Colonial for sure. I know that she was facing Bell's the one in her last 2 starts, and she has been a leader of the division, at least outside of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint race. But she just didn't really seem to fire in the last couple of starts. She's 1 for 1 here at Gulfstream, Frank's Rockette. And she has run well over a variety of tracks in the past, showing early speed, stalking. I think she's better when they're aggressive with her. So I'm not quite sure what to make of her coming into this spot. Physically, she looks a picture. She's a big filly, and she always has been. She carries her condition well. She carries her weight well from race to race. 6 to 5 right now. She could win. Absolutely. Just trying to get a little bit of a better price with an alternative. Looking at a couple of others, speaking of a big horse, Center Isle is a very, very big daughter of Into Mischief. On the bottom side, the dam was 0 for 2. That was on the turf over in Europe. And the second dam, a very good turf mare for Bobby Frankel in Skimble. This one seems to have really turned a corner in her last couple of starts. Now, she's one that in the past has been a little bit tough out on the track as she seems to kind of throw her weight around, so to speak, but she's been very professional, very composed here, now making her 3rd start for Paolo Lobo. She broke really quickly out of the gate last time out at Churchill, and then she just pulled away so easily in a hands and heels type of ride. A lot of respect for that. I'm just wondering how the pace will play out. Do you think we'll see the number 4 Lori Lupis be forwardly placed as well? Saddled her out on the horse bath. She didn't go into the walking ring, as is typical for her, and she went out first in the post parade. She's a tricky filly here, Lori Lupis is. She wears that small shadow roll, wears that Houghton bit, that extra bar underneath to give her rider a little bit more control, and John Velasquez has gotten her to come back to him pretty well now. She had nowhere to run last time out. A class jump for sure today, but we'll see if she can get a cleaner trip at a pretty generous price as they will start to move towards the starting gate. Late pick 4 kicking off here, 3 graded stakes and a maiden special weight, and it does start in the Sugar Swirl.
Nearing the gate, last chance to wager on the late pick 4 at Gulfstream. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Getting set to load them up now for race number 8, the Sugar Swirl. 6 furlongs of the trip. This is a rematch between Frank's Rocket and Center Isle. Center Isle, winner of her last 2 races. Frank's Rocket has beat her in both of their meetings. Music City Star, big long shot here for Chris Davis moving forward now. Another big long shot here is Compensate. Bronx Beauty. Sasua to the outside gate. They're at the post. And they're off in the Sugar Swirl. Compensate away quickly. Center Isle being sent forward. Frank's Rocket is in hand while moving up between runners. Quinoa Tifa has speed toward the rail as they scrimmage for early supremacy. Quinoa Tifa down at the inside, dueling with Frank's Rocket out 3 wide. That's Lori Lupe's 4 wide. Center Isle, they continue to trade punches. Music City Star just off the scrum up ahead. 2 back to Compensate, then Sasua, and the trailer with pace ahead of her is Bronx Beauty. They leave the backstretch and move around the far turn. They drill the quarter. 21-3. 3 wide. Center Isle from the rail. Frank's Rocket in between horses. Lori Lupe's. They're taking no prisoners here at the 5/16. 2 better than Music City Star, who's tripped out, moving at the rail. Here's the run from Bronx Beauty. She's had a ton of pace ahead of her and starts to gather some momentum behind a 44-second half mile. Here's the matchup. Center Isle on the outside. Frank's Rocket on the inside. They're shoulder to shoulder. Big horse race here. 1/8 of a mile to go. Frank's Rocket giving all on the inside. Center Isle just in front to her outside. And now Center Isle starts to edge away. The winner of the Sugar Swirl is Center Isle by a length. Center Isle beats Frank's Rocket, who was stubborn in defeat. Third was Bronx Beauty. Then
Race 9 this afternoon, 1 mile of 116, 3-year-olds and up. It is the $150,000 Grade 3, the Harland's Holiday, and another exciting race on tap this afternoon. But that was a good race, last one.
Well, that really was, because Frank's Rocket, and Center Aisle threw down early, threw down often. I got the setup with Bronx Beauty.
Yeah.
Nobody was making up any ground. A phenomenal performance. A really good performance by Frank's Rocket, too. Down inside, taking all the worst of it. 2 fillies that are going to make some noise this year.
Well, we're going to start it off here. And, of course, the current 3 to 5 favorite is the number 6 Fearless, who won the Grade 2 Gulfstream Mile here last February. And in case you're caught up with trainer Todd Pletcher, who already has a win on today's card in the Swanee River, let's see what Acacia and Todd had to say.
He does. He likes the track. He ran a good race off the layoff, and so we're thinking that should set him up well for the Harland's Holiday. Yeah, I remember him as a yearling, and that was sort of, the one concern was just how big he was. Unfortunately, he hasn't grown a whole lot. He's big enough to begin with, but he was a tough horse early on. The guys at Windstar said he was a really difficult horse to break and get ready, and ended up being gelded. And since then, his behavior's been good, and he's been consistent. And like you said, he does like Gulfstream.
And that was Todd Pletcher talking about number 6 Fearless, who's currently the 3 to 5 favorite. And as I mentioned before, we heard from Todd. This one won the Grade 2 Gulfstream Mile here last February. Stretches out to the mile and the 16th. If you're not aware, we used the first finish line with a mile and the 16th. But this horse, Brian, has run very well at a mile and the 16 with 3 starts, 2 wins in a second.
Yeah, and I think getting back out to 2 turns, Ron, will help too. He seemed a little short last time at the 1-turn mile. He's going to have to improve, but second off the layoff, Todd's 22%, and you just see his prior body of work were better than his return. I do expect him to move forward, and he has to move forward today, Ron, to win this race.
Well, you and I both went with the inside horse in here, and that's Mighty Heart, is going back to the main track after ending his graded stakes campaign on the Woodbine Torpedo with a wire-to-wire victory in the mile and 16th, Grade 2 Autumn. This was Canada's Horse of the Year, trained by Josie Carroll. John Velasquez, I mentioned Todd won a little earlier, but Johnny V was on that horse. Now he's going to ride for Josie today.
Hall of Famer John Velasquez, and this is a perfect mount for John, because if he can go early, if nobody else does, if not, he can get that patented 2 kind of press move that Johnny's just, put him in the Hall of Fame. He's just so good at that. And I think Mighty Heart, Ron, really, you can make a case this horse should be favored in here. I think he's getting overlooked a little bit on his Tapeta form. His main track form, dirt form, is very, very strong.
Yeah, he's very, very versatile, and I think you might be right. But, it's Todd Pletcher, and that's what happens with Todd at Gulfstream Park. What about the number 5 horse sitting up there at 6-1? This is a classy son of algorithms. He's going to stretch out to the 8.5 for a mile into 16. He took the overland route last time. He rallied 5 wide to defeat those optional claimers going a mile. That was in a good track at Churchill. Is there enough pace in the race to help him out?
Ron, I don't know if it matters either.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing this main track be very speedy, and you mentioned it right off the rip. This is the short finish line. That's going to be a problem for South Bend. He needs pace up front. He needs hitting up front. He doesn't want to drop too far out of it. This is a tough trip for him to get up there with that short finish line.
Well, they are heading to the track for the 11th running of the Harland's Holiday, $150,000 Grade 3 event. We'll turn it over to track announcer Pete Aiello, and then trackside with Acacia Courtney.
Stepping onto the course now for the 11th running of the Grade 3 Harland's Holiday Stakes to the first finish line at a mile and the 16th. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Mighty Heart, owned by Lawrence Cortez and trained by Josie Carroll. The jockey, John Velasquez. Best turned out horse award winner here. Number 2, Blue Steel, claiming crown winner, is owned by James Woodruff and trained by Jeff Hiles with Paco Lopez. Number 3 is 20 Twice, owned by the Calumet Farm and trained by Jack Sisterson. Feeding the irons, Julien Laperoux. Number 4, Eye of a Jedi, owned and trained by Steve Badu. The call today to Javier Castellano. Number 5 is South Bend, owned in partnership by Gary Barber, Walktail Stable, Peter Deutsch, and Pantafel Stable, trained by Bill Mott, ridden by Tyler Gaffleone. Rounding out the field is Rapoli Racing's Fearless. Todd Pletcher does the training. The jockey, Luis Saez. Win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 possibility. It's a late pick 3 possibility. It's the Harland's Holiday, and it's up next.
Harland's Holiday coming up next, and we'll start down to the inside with the one Mighty Heart. And there is a bit of a price disparity. I think this one being overlooked a little bit because the majority of his wins have come on the Tapeta up at Woodbine. But he's shown in the past that he can handle the main track and at a variety of tracks without any problem. You look back at his win in the Blame at Churchill Downs, the way that he ran at Mountaineer and Grade 3 Company a couple of races back, finishing second behind Sprawl. He's a really cool horse, especially as you might have noticed that he does wear that goggle over his left eye, as he has no left eye. So he is breaking from the inside. You'll be able to see all of the horses to his outside, and one-eyed horses, as we've seen in the past, oftentimes just doesn't affect them at all. They're probably even a little bit more receptive to their riders, and just one of the many cool things about Mighty Heart, who is the reigning Canadian Horse of the Year. So very cool and exciting to have him running here at Gulfstream. Now, he got just a little bit warm behind, but nothing major at all is coming down from what Todd Pletcher talking about his size and luckily not growing anymore after being gelded would help him. I just remember seeing him when he won that Gulfstream Mile, and the way that he framed up on track, the account that he made of himself just blew me away that afternoon. I've seen him look better in the past than he does today. He's still a really good looking individual. Did get a little bit warm. I just, again, seen him maybe be a little bit stronger, frame himself up a little bit better out on track. And I'm just nitpicking because I've seen him look so good in the past. He is now at the end of his 5-year-old season. So we'll see what we get from him today. Maybe he will improve off of that last effort. And I would not be surprised at all if he did take a step forward. And there's certainly some more blue sky for him as far as building off of that last race. But I just loved everything that I saw from Mighty Heart. Wanted to give a mention to the 5 South Bend, who does come in off of a win at Churchill last time out. He really looks like a kind of tried and true miler. He's a handier type of horse. That's the number 4 Eye of a Jedi. But as far as the 5 South Bend does go, he is a handier type. I think that he's really kind of all dirt mile. I was not sold on him up at Saratoga getting onto the turf, and he actually ran okay in a pretty salty field. He's been very sharp this afternoon, and he will be stretching back out in distance to go the mile in a 16th. His coat looked terrific. He seemed like a happy, healthy horse. The concern I've had with him is that it seems like when he does step up into graded stakes company, he just doesn't really improve and showcase as much of his talent as he does when he's back into those kind of allowance type of races like what he won last time out. Tyler Gaffleone has the call, and this is one who will be running late. 3 to 5 now, very short price on Fearless to the outside as they finish up their warm-ups. We'll be going to the first finish line here for the Grade 3 Harland's Holiday.
The horses are nearing the starting gate, less than 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for the Harland's Holiday, our local prep for the upcoming Pegasus World Cup. Tickets for the 2022 Pegasus World Cup are on sale now, by the way. Life is Good takes on Knicks Go in what will be one of the best races of the year. Make your plans to join us for Pegasus World Cup 2022. Into the gate goes Eye of a Jedi. Last two up, South Bend and Fearless. Fearless for Rapoli Racing Stable to the outside. They're in the gate. Racing in the Harland's Holiday. Quick start at the rail for Mighty Heart, who comes out firing, moving to take him on his Blue Steel. And over from the top shelf, Fearless angles over under Luis Saez at 3 wide third. In the pink, it's Eye of a Jedi, who's a joint fourth alongside South Bend. And the early trailer is the long shot 20 twice. Pretty easy lead here for John Velasquez and Mighty Heart. They call the shots with a length better than Blue Steel, who raced from second, 2 back to Fearless in third. And it's 3 more to Eye of a Jedi, who's by himself in fourth. South Bend is next, and the trailer is 20 twice. They bend into the backstretch after completing a quarter in just 24 and 1. Mighty Heart leads by almost a length. Blue Steel now turning up the heat a bit closer second. He's only a neck behind. The move from Fearless. Fearless moving right now, and only a neck off the lead as they round the far turn. Mighty Heart toward the rail, Blue Steel between, and Fearless looms the presence 3 wide. A gap of 4 to South Bend. Dropping back was Eye of a Jedi. 20 twice has been no factor as they pass the quarter-mile mark. With the advantage, it's Fearless. Trying to battle back inside is Mighty Heart from the back. South Bend under a full head of steam with the short stretch to work with. Fearless has the lead. South Bend continues to charge. Mighty Heart is back to third with less than an eighth to go. Luis Saez and Fearless driven out. South Bend tries to catch Mighty Heart for second, but the Harland's Holiday goes to Fearless. He won by 2.5 while confidently handled. South Bend was second. Mighty Heart finished third. And fourth was 20 twice, rather, fourth was Blue Steel, then 20 twice in 142 flat.
Courtney caught up with Andy Biancone, who has Solo Volante in here. Let's see what Andy had to say. She's the assistant trainer to her dad.
Yeah, he just had a really rough, wide trip, and the turf was super soft, and he got, shuffled way back. And, he made a huge move at the 3/8, but obviously it just wasn't quite enough. I think he, if he would have just been closer to the pace, wouldn't have had such a bad trip. He definitely would have at least hit the board. But he's really, it's taken us basically a full year to get him mentally recovered from the Kentucky Derby. This horse has never had issues like physically, but just mentally, that race took a lot out of him. And he's finally just starting to be really confident again, his old confident self. And I love to see him, happy and coming out of his shell again. So it's good. He's very sensitive, big baby energy. He's the sweetest, purest soul, like not a mean bone in his body. So just seeing him train happy and confidently again is just really exciting.
That's Andy Biancone, assistant trainer for Solo Volante. Chad Brown, birthday boy today. He's got 2 in this race, and one of them is the Tuli Imperator, but you had more interest in the number 8. Analyze it, sitting up there right now at a cool 7-1.
Yeah, and I'm guessing the betting public isn't sold on his ability to get 9 furlongs a mile and an 8th. I think we all agree King Guillermo's going under Paco, and he could control the pace. And to me, that puts Analyze it, right? Getting first run in a 2-path kind of outside stalking trip, and maybe he can blow this race open off the far turn. And this Gulfstream Park turf course tends to drag horses maybe a little farther than their best distance, and that's why I think he might be able to get 9 over this speedy turf course.
Getting a real nice price on the uncoupled entry from Chad Brown. What about the course that's 8-5 in the Classy? As I mentioned, Space Traveler, the British bred, is stretching out to the mile and 8. Followed that second place finish in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile. Broke slow in that race. He was 5th in the Grade 1 Keeneland Turf Mile. But the key, I keep saying, Grade 1. Grade 1. These classes up perfectly in the spot.
Through and through, Ron. The Keeneland Turf Mile, the Woodbine Mile, the Old Arlington Million, Mr. D, and then there's the Sussex in Europe. He is all class. The issue today is the 12 post. It's not ideal. Not to mention his running style leaves him at the mercy of the pace. Is he going to get enough? Can he save enough ground? Is he going to be left with too much to do? All at an underlaid price too, Ron.
Yeah, trained by Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffley on the top, as we mentioned, that 5-year-old. The other one from Chadley, Imperator, and this one coming off an allowance win, going a mile and 3/16 up at Aqueduct.
A little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde connoisseur. Do you see his PPs? He runs good, he runs okay, he runs poor, then he gets back on the beam and a confidence builder. Last time on his day, he's all right. He's going to save all the ground. He's tactical. I think he's a major, major player in here for Chad.
Well, of course, that was in the race with him is the one Doswell had some interest in, 10-1. My long shot today, cutting back to 9 after stalking the pace between horses, finishing 3rd behind that horse we just were talking about. That was in that 80 optional claimer, going mile and 3/16 up at Aqueduct. I think he sits that stalking trip, so I'm hoping he does. And we'll see. Barkley Tag is started 3 or 4 horses. He has 2 wins on the turf already. We'll see how this horse runs. So my long shot of the day.
Listen, he's on the improve. He's lightly raced. He's drawn well. He's tactical. He's a price too. There's a lot of reasons to think he can fire a big shot. It's the featured, the Grade 2 Fort Lauderdale. We'll send some horses onto the Pegasus World Cup turf out of this. Looking forward to it. Best of luck.
Six minutes now to the feature race of the day. Folks, this is the Grade 2 Fort Lauderdale 65th edition at a mile and an 1/8 on the turf for $200,000 in guaranteed purse money. Here's the field. Number 1 is Joseph Allen's Doswell. Barkley Tag is the trainer. The jockey is Junior Alvarado. Number 2, La Imperator, owned by the Mataquet Stables, Wonder Stables, and Robert LaPenta, trained by Chad Brown, ridden by John Velasquez. Number 3, Breaking the Rules, sports the colors of the Phipps stable and is trained by Shug McGahee with jockey Javier Castellano. Number 4, English B, owned by Calumet Farm and trained by Graham Motion, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 5, Soleil Volante, owned by Andy Biancone and Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, trained by Patrick Biancone, ridden by Julien Leparoux. Number 6, Renaissance Frolic, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. for Sir David Seal, with Edwin Gonzalez up. Number 7, Media Blitz, owned and trained by Mike Maker, with Corey Lannery riding. Number 8, Analyze It, trained by Chad Brown for William Lawrence. Jockey is Rafael Hernandez. 9, King Guillermo, owned by Victoria's Ranch, trained by Juan Carlos Avila, ridden today by Paco Lopez. Number 10, Order in Law, owned by Paradise Farms and David Stoddard, trained by Mike Maker, ridden by Miguel Vasquez. Number 11 is Atone, owned by the Three Diamonds Farm and trained by Mike Maker, with Misael Jaramillo. Rounding out the field, Space Traveler, owned by Clipper Logistics and trained by Brendan Walsh.
Looking forward to this featured race of the day. It is a super talented field. Chad Brown represented by 2. And we'll start with the number 2, L'Imperator. As this one, I think, has really come along in 2021. I was in the paddock for his first U.S. start in the Saranac last year in August of 2020. Didn't really like how he warmed up. It seemed like he really had to be asked out on track. Just wasn't as fluid moving. Then when he came back in Saratoga 2021, he really was effortless in the way that he was moving, framing himself up so nice. And I think him being gelded had a big part of that. We did see him get pretty headstrong 2 starts back, and the Knickerbocker being a little bit keen and kind of expending some energy beforehand. Taking the blinkers off last time really seemed to help as well. Was up against it in the Bernard Baruch as Tell Your Daddy wired the field. So I think that he is a huge player in this spot. Once again, he warmed up beautifully as John Velasquez took him right away from the pony. Looked strong and looks like he does suit this mile in an 8th distance quite well. Facing him last time out was Doswell, who's making his 3rd start off of the layoff for Barkley Tag. And I remember speaking to Barkley 2 back, and he said, you know, I think he's probably a work or 2 short, and he's just a very difficult horse to train and to kind of bring along. Where's that Houghton bit? There's cotton in his ears. That's all typical of Doswell. Junior Alvarado also took him away from the pony to give him a big warm-up. Overall, as far as Doswell's characteristics do go, he's been pretty focused and composed today, too, and has made a lovely account of himself once again. He's drawn down to the inside, and he does run well, showing some early speed, but he can stalk effectively, too, and do like to see that Junior Alvarado's ridden him and at Gulfstream. The only concern is that maybe this 9 furlongs a touch short of what his best races have been here, as he will try to go the mile in an 8th once again. The number 8 is Analyze It, and that's the other one for Chad Brown. He's really been a strict miler recently and really was able to put it all together last time out and wiring the field in that allowance at Belmont. Had a lovely solo warm-up under Rafael Hernandez, and he's very fit off a bit of refreshing since October. He's been a tough horse to keep on the racetrack. We'll go back into tougher waters today after winning that allowance race last time out and gets an extra furlong to work with. But physically, though he's been more at a mile, I see absolutely no reason why he can handle a little bit further, especially tactically speaking, how his early foot does go. I wonder what King Guillermo, who's taking a lot of attention at 9-1, will do as far as that pace is concerned to his outside. Finally, the current favorite, 8-5 on Space Traveler to the outside, and he is class. He's only faced Grade 1 company since coming here to the U.S., had a troubled start 2 back when finishing 2nd in the Woodbine Mile. He's not a very big son of bated breath and did get himself a little bit worked up out there on the track, kind of keyed up with the pony, a little bit
touch warm out there, handier type, but Tyler Gaffleone took him away from the pony to give him a chance to kind of expend some of that nervous energy. Given his size, given the attitude that I've seen from him and his running style, I'm a little bit concerned with that outside post. Doesn't seem to be deterring the public, but he will have to work out a trip going the 9 furlongs here on the turf, and will likely, I would imagine, drop pretty far back and hope that there will be a pretty hot pace in here. He's 8-5 right now. He's looking for his first win in the U.S., but this is some class relief versus those 3 grade 1s that he has been facing. It's a good one. You can make a case for a lot of runners in this field, and really looking forward to it. Feature race, the Fort Lauderdale, coming up soon, as they will shortly step on to the turf course.
The horses are nearing the starting gate, less than 1 minute to post time. Last chance to wager on the Fort Lauderdale and the late daily double. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Moving into line for the Saturday feature race, the grade 2 Fort Lauderdale at 1 1/8 on the turf. Space Traveler at 9-5 favorite. Into line steps Sole Volante. Just one more, waiting for race favorite Space Traveler to the outside. Space Traveler and the Fort Lauderdale in the gate. And they're off in the Fort Lauderdale. Down inside, Doswell, well served at the start and reaching out for early command. Up to challenge is English B from second. 3 wide and Analyze It's on the go. These 3 are quickest. From behind the speed and King Guillermo wide on the course while angling over his race favorite Space Traveler. Renaissance Frolic is nearest the inside. On heels behind runners is Media Blitz out wide on the course. That's a Tone. Saving ground at the inside goes Breaking the Rules. La Parator is down at the fence, about 6 lengths off the lead, 2 better than Order and Law, and Sole Volante is last of the 12 as they charge around the first turn. Doswell, clear a length and a quarter. Analyze It on the outside. Second, English B backs off to race third. King Guillermo is there fourth, followed fifth by Renaissance Frolic. A Tone on the outside is there sixth. La Parator is seventh toward the rail. On his outside is race favorite Space Traveler. So the favorites are together. They're about 7 lengths behind. It's a gap of 2 to Media Blitz and Breaking the Rules. Second last, Order and Law. The trailer is still Sole Volante. Half a mile to race in the Fort Lauderdale. Doswell has been unopposed throughout and leads the race half a mile from home on top 3 parts of a length. Analyze It is there second. English Bee is now third. The first to move is a Tone 4 wide on the outside, passing King Guillermo. Now Space Traveler given the green light to launch his bid. Space Traveler 3 wide and passing King Guillermo and Renaissance Frolic. Parator is held up in traffic with a quarter of a mile left to go. A Tone tries to get Doswell. Doswell cuts the corner and is still in front. A Tone to the attack. Second. English Bee now third. Space Traveler down the center. There's an eighth of a mile to go. Alvarado calling on Doswell to finish it up here. He's a length and a half in front with a 16th to go, and they can't get him. The Fort Lauderdale goes to Doswell. He wins all the way by 2 in the end over a Tone second. English Bee third. Space Traveler fourth in 1:47 and 4.
Maiden special weight 2-year-olds. Big favorite right now, number 9, Ridley's Major. But before we do that, let's check out the Rainbow Six situation. We have about 497 tickets left with 6 out of 6. No singles, no unique tickets. So we'll carry it over tomorrow. We got $350,000. Wow. So gross guarantee tomorrow, Brian, $350,000.
And 2 of those tickets are sitting right to my immediate right. After your long shot play of the day, Doswell wins, and you've got live to the 5 and the 9. So good luck to you, my friend.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. And, you know, we were joking on the air this morning and this afternoon that everybody in America seems to have picked this 9 horse in here, Ridley's horse, so Ridley Major. So this one, a beautifully bred son of gun running. How well have gun runners progeny been running?
Absolutely. And Chad Brown, happy birthday, and won the opener at Aqueduct today with a gun runner 2-year-old. And now he's got one on the turf here. And Ridley's Major had some trouble on debut. The dam was a half sister to Rail Trip, who won $1.5 million and multiple graded stakes winner. This horse really wasn't bet on debut. His stablemate actually won at 22-1 for Chad and Seth Klarman. A good troubled 4th on debut. And you would think with clear sailing today, he is going to be really, really tough to get by.
Yeah, ridden by John Velasquez. The horse that's currently 3-1 is the 5 Misbehave, who's going to wear blinkers today. Chase the Pace weekend. That was his career turf debut, going a mile in the 16th. It is Todd Pletcher. He's solid first-time blinkers. Luis Saez, of course, is some of the attraction here. Currently on the board, as I said, it's 7-2.
Yeah, the only thing I'm going to say is he did not run well at all on turf. And we know, obviously, we card a lot of 2-year-old maiden races down here, but Todd wants to run him back on the turf. Okay, so that's a positive to me on a horse that really didn't look like he did a lot of running. So, you know, Todd Pletcher's in the Hall of Fame for a lot of different reasons. So, you know, in Todd, we trust on that one.
The number 1, Immokalee, a $750,000 son of Curlin's going to try the turf today. And we're going to go and see what Acacia thinks about these beautiful-looking 2-year-olds for our final race of the afternoon.
Well, Ron, I'll pick up where you left off with Immokalee, and I'm still not 100% sold on the turf, and there really isn't turf pedigree to speak of. But one thing I will say about him is that he looks the most fit that he has as he makes start number 3, and he also is the most focused that he has in his 3rd career start. He's a little bit of more of an angular type of build behind. He's not one of those solid, stockier type of curling builds, so he could certainly handle the turf. As far as your favorite, the number 9, Ridley's Major, I wasn't in the paddock for his debut. It was Breeders' Cup weekend, but I thought he raced very greenly, swishing his tail. Seemed like he was running in stops and starts. He's really, really well defined. And looks like he's really come out of that race nicely. He has some good size to him as well. So I think the mile and a 16th suits him. These gun runners have been really precocious, and this horse has been the ultimate professional throughout. Wanted to mention the 2 Wake Surf, who showed speed in his debut at Keeneland on a yielding turf course and faded to be 3rd. He ran to me like the type of horse at 21-1 that just kind of needed that start for fitness. He's sharp coming back here by Classic Empire, had a few siblings that won on the grass, and he looks like he could be a turf horse at a generous price with a strong work on the Palmettos turf course in his last workout. So he's an intriguing one to use underneath, as your favorite is 4-5. It's been a terrific day of racing. We appreciate having you here with us at Gulfstream Park, and we'll see you tomorrow with our first post at 12:30.
That's the call to post for this afternoon's 11th race. The 11th race on the turf at a mile and a 16th. Maiden special weight runners. A scratch of the 8 Scarab and take out the alternates 10 through 16. It's a field of 8. Win, play, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 possibility. 6 minutes to wager on the finale here on a Saturday at Gulfstream. Live racing again tomorrow with the 10 race afternoon. Racing forms and programs for tomorrow's races are on sale now. You can also buy them via the digital platforms as well. We hope you'll join us for a Sunday here at Gulfstream Park. There will be a carryover in the Rainbow Six. The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Getting set to move in now for the Saturday finale. We hope you all enjoyed Pegasus Preview Day. Join us again for Sunday racing at 12:30. Friendly reminder, the 2022 Pegasus World Cup just around the corner. This is a race you don't want to miss, featuring Life is Good and last year's Pegasus winner, Nick's Go. Two heavy hitters in the upcoming Pegasus next month. Favorite in the finale is the Chad Brown trainee, number 9, Ridley's Major, second start of the racing career for this son of Pegasus World Cup winner Gun Runner. Into line goes Wake Surf. Now Mifflin, Misbehaved, is a second choice at 5-2. Some late money on number 1, Immokalee, down at 3-1 for trainer Bill Mott, making a turf debut off the layoff. Ridley's Major draws the outside gate under Johnny V to complete the line. It's a field of 8. They're in the gate at Gulfstream. And runners away. Down inside, Wake Surf was away quickly to take the early advantage, so Sua Summer moves to challenge. Splitting horses is Misbehaved, and on the outside, Mifflin. Mifflin is going to force Misbehaved to sit back early. And it's a gap of 2 to Versatile, racing inside of Ridley's Major. Second last is Jukebox Juju, and Junior Alvarado and Immokalee last of all as they charge into the first turn. Looks like they're moving right along here. Some headstrong horses on the top end anyway, as Sua Summer won an opening quarter, and indeed a quick 22-4, and leads Wake Surf by almost 2. Mifflin is third. Headstrong, while fourth is Misbehaved. Down at the rail goes Versatile, racing ahead of race favorite Ridley's Major. In the pink, he's about 6 lengths behind. He's 2 better than Jukebox Juju, and Immokalee is last. Down the backstretch they go. There's less than 5 furlongs to race. Wake Surf within a neck of Sua Summer on the top end. Mifflin is together with Misbehave third and fourth. Up to the outside, Ridley's Major is now improved around Versatile. The 2 at the back, Immokalee and Jukebox Juju. 47-3 for the opening half mile. Less than half a mile to race. Sua Summer and Hector Barrios at a big price, still in front. From the outside, Wake Surf is there second. Third, Misbehave. Ridley's Major is fourth. Dropping back is Mifflin. Immokalee tries to get underway while wide on the course. He's up to fifth now, but better than 8 lengths behind as they run to the top of the stretch. All 3 favorites hard at work behind 2 long shot leaders as Sua Summer, longest price of those leaders, he's in front off the corner. Wake Surf is there second. Ridley's Major together with Misbehaved. Immokalee finishes up down the center. Final 1/8 of a mile. Wake Surf trying to bridge the gap and now take over the lead, and Wake Surf is now in front. Here's Ridley's Major erupting into second. Wake Surf is in front. Ridley's Major was second. A very close photo for third between Immokalee and Sua Summer in 142-3. Winner 2, Wake Surf. Second, 9, Ridley's Major. Third, number 1, Immokalee. Fourth, number 3, Sasua Summer. Fifth was number 7, Versatile. 142 and 3, the final running time. Small upset here in the finale. Wake Surf, a winner under Romero Mirage at 8-1. In the winner's circle now, Wake Surf, owned by Damian Lynch and trained by Rusty Arnold, the winning jockey Romero Mirage. 2-year-old dark bear brown colt by Classic Empire out of the Orientate mare Internal Affair, bred in Kentucky by the Royal Oak Farm. Winning Exacta, good for $61.40. The Quinella, $26.20. Trifecta, $54.15. It's a 50-cent try. Superfecta, $892 even, $89.20 for a dime. High five, $7,402.60. That is a $1 high five return. Late daily double, the numbers are 1-2, 172.40. The late pick 3, $112.70. All four in a late pick 4 offering for $409.45. In the late pick 5, all 5 required. The numbers were 10, 5, 6, 1, and 2. If you had all 5, the return is $3,272.60. 4 out of 5, $30.60. The Rainbow Six showed multiple winning tickets sold today. In the Rainbow Six, all 6 for $4,395.34. Triggers a carryover going forward of $188,836.42. That's a carryover into the Sunday Rainbow Six. And ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the live racing festivities for a Saturday.